Itulah negeri Jambi, adat lama pusaka batua. Nanda lekang de panas hai sayang, juga dalapo de hujan. Kicau burung nan merdu menyambut pagi nan indah berseri. Itulah negeri Jambi hai sayang, karunia ilahi. Alam indah menawan, gunung meninggi hai tinggi di awan. Danau lelok rupalah hai sayang, bulan bintang berkilauan. Sawah ladang membentang, bak permadani hai hamparan negeri. Sungai yang mengaliri hai sayang, bertanda makmurnya negeri. Itulah negeri Jambi, adat lama pusaka batua. Nanda lekang de panas hai sayang, juga dalapo de hujan. Kicau burung nan merdu menyambut pagi nan indah berseri. Sungai nan mengaliri hai sayang, karunionyo ilahi. Sungai nan mengaliri hai sayang, karunionyo ilahi. Terima kasih.
Halo, selamat pagi Bapak Ibu. Perkenalkan saya Farel Prasetyo. Dari program studi Sendra Tasik, saya akan menyanyikan lagu Listen by Beyonce. Selamat mendengarkan persembahan dari saya. Terima kasih. Listen to the song here in my heart, the melody I start but can't complete. Listen to the sound from deep within, it's only beginning to find release. Oh, the time has come for my dreams will be heard. They will not be pushed aside and turned into your own. All 'cause you won't listen. Oh, listen. I am alone at the crossroads. I'm not at home in my own home, and I'm trying to say what's on my mind. You should have known. Now I'm done believing you. You do what I'm feeling. I'm more than what you made of me. I'm for the voice you think you gave to me. But now I gotta find my own. You should have listened. There is someone here inside, someone that I've died so long ago. Oh, I'm screaming out twist aside and turn into your own, cause you won't listen. Oh, listen, I am alone at the crossroads. I'm not at home in my own home, and I'm trying to say what's on my mind. You should have known. Now I'm done believing you. You do what I believe. I'm more than what you made of me. I follow the voice that you gave to me. But now I gotta find my own. I do what I belong, but I'll be moving on. If you don't, if you want, listen to the song here in my heart, a melody I start, but I will complete. Go on. Now I'm done believing you. You do what I believe. I'm more than what you made of me. I follow the voice you think you gave to me. But now I gotta find my own. Thank you. Ya sekarang. Berat bebanku meninggalkanmu, separuh nafas jiwaku sirna. Bukan salahmu, apa dayaku. Mungkin benar cinta sejati tak berpihak pada kita. Kasihku, sampai di sini kisah kita. Jangan tangisi keadaannya, bukan karena kita berbeda. Oh, dengarkan lagu ini, melodi rintihan hati ini. Kisah kita berakhir di Januari. Bukan salahmu, apa dayaku. Mungkin benar cinta sejati tak berpihak pada kita. Kasihku, sampai di sini kisah kita, jangan tangisi keadaannya. Bukan karena kita berbeda. Oh, dengarkan lagu ini, melodi rintihan hati ini. Kisah kita berakhir di Januari. Selamat tinggal kisah sejatiku. Oh, pergilah. Sampai di sini kisah kita, jangan tangisi keadaannya. Bukan karena kita berbeda. Dengarkan lagu ini, melodi rintihan hati ini. Kisah kita berakhir. Terima kasih.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, tamu undangan yang kami hormati, kami ucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang dalam rangkaian acara pada hari ini. Kami mohon izin sebelum rangkaian acara nantinya akan kita mulai, kami mohon izin untuk Bapak dan Ibu semuanya yang hadir untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, terkhusus mengisi di bagian kosong di depan terlebih dahulu, agar nantinya rangkaian acara kita dapat berjalan lancar, kemudian juga sukses. Jadi kami informasikan sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu, dengan penuh hormat untuk dapat mengisi tempat duduk yang telah kami sediakan, khususnya di bagian kosong yang ada di bagian depan terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Tes 1, cek 1.
Check one.
Cek 1, cek.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu, tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami informasikan sekali lagi dengan penuh hormat, kami mohon izin Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat mengisi di bagian kosong terlebih dahulu. Untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang sekiranya duduk di bagian kiri dan kanan atau sayap kiri dan kanan dari auditorium ini, kami mohon izin untuk dapat mengisi di bagian tengah terlebih dahulu, terkhususnya di bagian depan di area yang masih kosong. Kami informasikan sekali lagi, kami mohon izin dengan segala hormat Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat mengisi di bagian kosong, di bagian tengah, dan juga di bagian depan terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Cek 1, cek 1, cek 1, cek. Cek 1. Cek, cek. Cek satu, cek. Cek satu. Cek, cek satu. Cek, cek.
Mohon izin Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, untuk yang telah bergabung kami persilahkan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disiapkan. Dikarenakan sesaat lagi rangkaian acara akan segera kita mulai. Dan mohon berkenan Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk dapat mengisi kursi di bagian depan terlebih dahulu, karena rangkaian acara pembukaan Gdic 2026 akan segera kita mulai.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami informasikan sekali lagi untuk memeriahkan rangkaian acara kita di pagi hari ini. Kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, khususnya di area kosong di bagian depan, agar nantinya ketika ditayangkan melalui tayangan kita di live YouTube, semuanya dapat tertangkap dengan rapi dan juga baik. Dan sesaat lagi, kurang lebih 1 menit lagi, kita akan mulai rangkaian demi rangkaian acara pada hari ini. Dan tentunya juga demi hikmatnya rangkaian acara pada hari ini, kami mohon izin untuk dapat melakukan ataupun juga menonaktifkan telepon gawainya dalam mode getar ataupun juga model senyap. Terima kasih. Cik Mina duduk di muko. Eloknya kain benang pesulam. Tando terjago adat nan lamo, tentu dijago, jawabnya salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan rahayu.
The most gracious and the most merciful, peace be upon you all. Good morning and warm greetings, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat datang di Universitas Jambi, di Graha Singa Dekana pada pagi yang berbahagia ini.
Welcome to the Universitas Jambi. Welcome to the Graha Singa Dekana. And welcome to the Sea Green Development International Conference 2026.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Dan tentunya sebelum kita memulai rangkaian demi rangkaian pada hari ini, kami akan menyapa terlebih dahulu tamu kehormatan kita di pagi hari ini. Yang terhormat, Wakil Rektor 4 Bidang Perencanaan, Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi, Profesor Dr. Revis Asra, SSI, MSI.
The Honorable Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation and Information Systems, Profesor Dr. Revis Asra, SSI, MSI. Good morning.
Yang kami hormati, para Wakil Rektor, Kepala Lppm Universitas Jambi, para Dekan, beserta para Wakil Dekan dan Direktur, serta para Wakil Direktur Pasca Sarjana.
The Honorable Vice Rectors, the Honorable Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service, the Honorable Deans and Vice Deans, and the Honorable Director and Vice Director of the Graduate Studies.
Yang kami hormati, keenam keynote speaker Gdic 2026.
Our distinguished keynote speakers of Gdic 2026.
First of all, Association Professor Dr. Ainur Abrazakova, SDU University, Kazakhstan. Welcome to Indonesia in Jambi Province. Next, Professor Jun Kumamoto, PhD, Toyo Gakuen University, Tokyo, Japan. Welcome to Province Jambi. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Dr. Katarzyna Skier-Andrzejuk, Universitas Civitas Warszawa, Polandia, who is joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen. And then Profesor Dr. Edi Surya Negara Harahap, Eskom Mkom, Universitas Bina Dharma Palembang. Selamat datang.
Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Profesor Dr. Andus Damris MMSc PhD, Universitas Jambi. Dan kami ucapkan selamat datang Profesor Dr. Insinyur Rosyani MS, Universitas Jambi. Serta yang kami hormati pula para pimpinan perguruan tinggi, co-host, para mitra, sponsor konferensi ini.
Our respectable leaders of co-host universities, our respectable partners and sponsors of this conference.
Serta tentunya yang berbahagia para presenter, peserta dan seluruh tamu undangan baik yang hadir secara luring maupun daring.
And to all presenters, participants and guests joining us today either on site or online. Perkenankan kami berdua memandu jalannya acara pada pagi hari ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya Muafiq Azizah Lubis.
Dan saya Ridho Akbar Hasid, kami berdua akan menjadi pembawa acara pada pagi ini. Allow us to guide your church this morning ceremony, and we will be your master of ceremonies today.
Baik hadirin yang berbahagia, konferensi internasional ke-6 kali ini mengangkat tema Innovating for Resilience, Synergizing Green Economy, Technology, and Local Action Towards a Nature Positive Future. Sebuah tema yang mengajak kita menyatukan 3 kekuatan ekonomi hijau, teknologi, dan gerakan masyarakat lokal menuju masa depan yang memberi kembali kepada alam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 6th International Conference carries the theme Innovation for Resilience, Synergizing Green Economy, Technology, and Local Action Toward a Nature-Positive Future. A theme that invites us to bring together three forces, the green economy, technology, and local action towards a future that gives back to nature. Sebelum acara dimulai, kami mohon kesediaan hadirin untuk mengalihkan telepon genggam ke mode senyap dan tetap berada di tempat selama acara pembukaan berlangsung.
Before we begin, may we kindly ask you to set your mobile phones to silent mode and to remain seated throughout the opening ceremony.
Dan marilah kita awali rangkaian acara pagi ini dengan mengucap basmalah bersama-sama. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin this morning's program by reciting Basmalah to seek the blessings of God Almighty.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, masyarakat Melayu Jambi memiliki tradisi menyambut tamu dengan tari persembahan, sebuah tarian yang menyampaikan salam, keterbukaan, dan ketulusan hati tuan rumah kepada para tamu.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the community of Jambi Malay, there is a tradition to welcome all the guests with a dance called Tari Persembahan to express greetings, openness, and sincerity.
Kami persilakan tari persembahan khas Melayu Jambi dibawakan oleh mahasiswa program studi pendidikan Sandra Tasik Universitas Jambi.
Please welcome the Tari Persembahan of Malay Jambi, performed by the students of the Performing Arts Education Study Program of Universitas Jambi. Tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk tari persembahan dari mahasiswa sentra tasik Universitas Jambi.
Please give a big applause to our talented dancers. Thank you.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
But we kindly ask everyone to stand.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya, dilanjutkan dengan himne Universitas Jambi, dipimpin oleh Ibu Dinda Asalia Avero Prama Sheila, SPD MSN.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now sing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of Universitas Jambi, led by the conductors, Miss Dinda Asalia Avero Prameshelia. Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
Thank you, you may now be seated.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, agar seluruh rangkaian acara pada hari ini berjalan lancar dan tentunya membawa manfaat untuk semua. Marilah kita memohon doa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa melalui pembacaan doa. Kepada hadirin yang berbeda keyakinan, dipersilakan berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Yang terhormat, Bapak Dr. Ahmad Soleh SEME, disilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this conference to run smoothly and bring benefits, let us pray to seek the blessing of God the Almighty. To our brothers and sisters of other faiths, you are kindly invited to pray according to your own beliefs. To Mr. Dr. Ahmad Soleh SEME, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu, perkenankan saya memimpin doa dalam menurut ajaran Islam. Untuk yang beragama non-Islam mohon menyesuaikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ya Allah, Tuhan yang maha pengasih lagi maha penyayang. Segala puji bagimu atas limpahan rahmat, nikmat, dan karuniamu. Pada hari ini kami bersyukur karena atas izinmu kami dapat berkumpul dalam acara Gdic 2026. Ya Allah, limpahkanlah rahmat dan keberkahanmu kepada seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini. Jadikanlah konferensi ini sebagai majelis ilmu yang melahirkan pemikiran-pemikiran yang bermanfaat, memperkuat kolaborasi, serta menghasilkan solusi yang membawa kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, pembangunan berkelanjutan, dan kesejahteraan umat manusia. Ya Allah, karuniakanlah kemudahan kepada narasumber dalam menyampaikan ilmu, kepada seluruh peserta dalam memahami dan mengamalkan ilmu yang diperoleh, serta kepada panitia dalam menyelenggarakan acara ini dengan baik. Anugerahkan kesehatan, keselamatan, dan kelancaran kepada kami semua, sehingga seluruh rangkaian acara kegiatan dapat berjalan dengan aman, tertib, sukses, dan memperoleh ridho-Mu. Ya Allah, jadikanlah ilmu yang kami peroleh sebagai ilmu yang bermanfaat, amal yang bernilai ibadah, dan inspirasi untuk menjaga kelestarian alam, serta membangun masa depan yang lebih baik bagi generasi yang akan datang. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Dr. Ahmad Soleh SEME atas doa yang telah dibacakan.
Thank you to Mr. Dr. Ahmad Soleh SEME for the prayers that have been offered.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, acara selanjutnya adalah laporan Ketua Panitia Pelaksana Gdic 2026 kepada Ibu Dr. Erisa Kurniati MPD. Disilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the report by the Chair of the Organizing Committee of the 6th Gdic 2026. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Jambi, represented today by the Vice Rector for Planning, Corporation and Information System, Professor Revis Asra SSI MSI, and the Vice Rectors of Universitas Jambi. Our Honorable, the Chair and Member of the University Senate, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Service, Universitas Jambi, Professor Amirul Mukminin, MSCED, PhD, the Deans, Vice Deans, Directors, Heads of Administrative Office, Heads of Academic Support Units, and all university leaders, our distinguished keynote speakers, representative of our co-host institutions, collaborator, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor, on behalf of the organizing committee, to welcome you to the 6th Green Development International Conference, GDIC 2026, organized by the Institute for Research and Community Service, Lppm Universitas Jambi. First and foremost, let us express our deepest gratitude to Almighty God for His blessings, which have enabled us to gather here today in good health and high spirits to open this international conference. Distinguished guests, the Green Development International Conference has become an annual forum that brings together academics, researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and students to exchange ideas, disseminate research findings, and strengthen international collaboration to advance sustainable development. This year, conference is held under the theme, Innovating for Resilience, Synergizing Green Economy, Technology, and Local Action Towards a Nature-Positive Future. The conference features 7 major thematic areas: green economy and business innovation, climate-resilient agriculture, low-carbon animal husbandry, law of environment and climate, education for sustainable development, climate resilience health system, and science and technology for nature-positive development. We are truly honored to welcome 6 distinguished keynote speakers whose expertise comes from leading institutions. Please join me in warmly welcome Associate Professor Dr. Ainur Abzrakova from SDU University, Kazakhstan, Professor Jun Kumamoto Pechi from Tokyo Gakuen University, Japan. Welcome. Professor Dr. Edi Suryanagara, Harap Eskom MCom from Universitas Bina Dharma, Palembang, Indonesia. Dr. Katarzyna Skips Anzajuk from Civitas University, Polandia. Professor Dr. Anders Damris, MSc PhD from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Insinyur Roshani MS from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. Welcome, welcome Professor, welcome Doctor. We also gratefully acknowledge the support of our co-host institutions, Institut Bisnis dan Informatika Kesatuan, Universitas Sulawesi Barat, Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor, Universitas Bina Dharma Palembang, and Universitas Singa Perbangsa Karawang, UNSIKA, whose collaboration has contributed significantly to the success of this conference. We also, this year, GDIC welcomes 185 participants, including academic, researchers, practitioners, and students from various institutions who are participating in both on-site and online sessions. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Rector of Universitas Jambi and entire university leadership for their unwavering support. My heartfelt thanks also go to our keynote speakers, co-host institutions, reviewers, moderators, sponsors, committee members, volunteers, and everyone whose dedication and hard work have made this conference possible. We sincerely hope that GDIC 2026 will serve not only as a platform for scholarly exchange, but also as a catalyst for future international research collaborations. High-quality publications and innovative solutions that contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. Finally, I wish all participants an engaging, productive, and inspiring conference. May the discussion over the coming days towards new partnerships generate impactful ideas and strengthen our collective commitment to building a more sustainable and nature-positive future. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Ketua Panitia Pelaksana atas laporan yang telah disampaikan.
Thank you to the Chair of the Organizing Committee for the report.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, berikutnya kita simak bersama sambutan Kepala Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Universitas Jambi kepada Profesor Amirul Mukminin, SPD, MSCA, PhD, disilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the head of the Institute for Research and Community Service of Universitas Jambi to deliver his welcoming speech. To Professor Amirul Mukminin, SPD, MSCA, PhD, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning. Before we begin, please allow me to extend my warmest greetings to everyone here today. Sorry. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Jambi, represented by Professor Dr. Repis Asra SSE MSE, welcome. And the Honorable Deans, Director of Graduate Schools, Vice Directors, Vice Deans, Secretary of Lppm, Department Heads, Program Study Coordinators, and distinguished all professors, students from Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Poland, Japan, Edinburgh, Scotland, welcome to the 6th Green Development International Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming here, online and also offline, and for your enthusiasm. We can see all of you here, gather here today, and my name is Amirul Mukminin, and today's conference held by Lppm Universitas Jambi. And I would like to thank you to our distinguished keynote and invited speakers. First, from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dambris, a PhD, Professor Dr. Rosiani from Universitas Jambi, Professor Dr. Edi Surya Negara Harhab, Universitas Bina Dharma, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Jun Kumamoto, PhD from Toyo Gakuen University, Dr. Ainur, this is quite difficult, Dr. Ainur Abdrazakova, SDU, University Kazakhstan. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not that good. Right, and then we have also online one, Dr. Katarzyna Skirt Andrzejczyk from Universitas Poland. I'm sorry, my pronunciation also maybe is not that correct. And also the honorable representatives of our co-host universities, including Institut Bisnis and Informatika Kesatuan, Universitas Sulawesi Barat, Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor, Universitas Bina Dharma South Sumatra, Universitas Singa Perbangsa Kerawang. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lppm Universitas Jambi, it is my great pleasure and honor to warmly welcome all of you to the 6th Green Development International Conference, Gdic 2026. First of all, let us express our sincere gratitude to Almighty God for His blessings today, allowing us to gather today in good health and high spirit for this important international academic forum. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference theme is Innovating for Resilience, Synergizing Green Economic, Technology and Local Action Towards a Nature-Positive Future. This theme reflects one of the most pressing global challenges of our time. Around the world today, societies are challenges facing climate change, environmental degradation, resources scarcity, and increasing socioeconomic uncertainty. These challenges cannot be solved by a single institution or universities, single organization, single discipline, even by a single country. This year, Gdic 2026 has successfully attracted 181 participants representing various external institutions, such as BRIN, Universitas Negeri Medan, Heriot Ward, Universitas Scotland, Universitas Batanghari, UIN Raden Patah Palembang, Universitas Pancasila, IBIK, Unsika, Universitas Medan Area, Universitas Islam Indragiri, UPN Veteran Jakarta, UIK Bogor, Bina Dharma University online and also offline. This participation reflects not only the strong commitment for our academic community, but also the growing collaboration between Universitas Jambi and also universitas and institutions across Indonesia and also abroad. In today's rapidly evolving academic issues, this is one of our underlying issues, maintaining research integrity and conference quality is more important than ever. Therefore, Lppm Universitas Jambi remains fully committed to organizing Gdic in accordance with internationally recognized academic standards. Every submitted paper undergoes a rigorous review process, and the conference is supported by distinguished scholars and reputable partner institutions, and we strive to provide credible program, platform, and promote scientific excellence, meaningful collaboration, and responsible research practices. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers and participants today from various countries and various universities across Indonesia, and your presence enriches this conference and demonstrates that scientific collaboration ever knows no boundaries. We sincerely appreciate your willingness to share your expertise, experiences, and insight with us, and I hope that you are, today you will get a connection link with participants that come to this conference. Before I conclude, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee and our co-host institution, sponsors, partners, volunteers, moderators, and everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. Finally, I wish all participants a productive conference, meaningful discussions, inspiring presentations, and valuable new collaborations. May the 6th Gdic 2006 become another important milestone in advancing global cooperation for greener, more resilient, and more sustainable future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Ketua Lppm Universitas Jambi atas sambutan yang inspiratif.
Thank you to Prof. Abdul Mukminin, SPD, MSc 8 PhD, for the inspiring speech.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, tibalah kita pada acara yang dinantikan pada pagi hari ini, yaitu sambutan Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan, Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi Universitas Jambi, sekaligus pembukaan Gdic Green Development International Conference 2026 kepada Profesor Dr. Revis Asra, SSI, MSI. Disilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the Honorable of Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation and Information System, Professor Dr. Revis Asra, SSC, MSc. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and peace be upon us all. The Honorable Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service, Universitas Jambi, the Honorable, our Senior Professor, Professor Dr. Zulkarnain, the Honorable and Professor Dr. Adriani, Professor Dr. Anis, Professor Dr. Elisartika, and the others ones. The Honorable Dean of Faculty Education and Vice Dean and Director Postgraduate, the Honorable international speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Ainul Abdrazakova from SDU University, Kazakhstan, Professor Jun Kurumamoto, PhD from Toyo Gakuen University, Japan, Professor Dr. Edi Surya Negara Harahap, SCOM, MCOM from Bina Dharma University, Dr. Katarzyna Skier Arzejuk from Universitas Warsaw, Poland, Professor Dr. Andres Dambris, MSc, PhD from Universitas Jambi, and Professor Dr. Insinyur Rosiani, MS from Universitas Jambi too. Distinguished Chairperson and all organizing committee members from the Institute for Research and Community Service, Lppm of Universitas Jambi. Researcher, academics, students, and all participants present, both offline and online from various countries. Let us offer praise and gratitude to Allah, because by His grace and blessing, we can gather together today, both in person and virtually, for the opening of the 6th Green Development International Conference, GDIC, organized by Lppm Universitas Jambi. Distinguished guests, this international conference is a concrete manifestation of Universitas Jambi commitment to fostering ideas, research, and cross-border collaboration to address the challenges of sustainable development. This year, GDIC carries a theme highly relevant to the current global situation: innovating for resilience, synergizing green economy technology and local action towards a nature-positive future. This theme reminds us that resilience to climate change and environmental degradation cannot be achieved through a single approach. synergy between a green economy, technological advancement, and down-to-earth local action is needed to ensure our development is truly nature positive, not merely mitigating damage, but actively restoring and enriching our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome to the presence of keynote speakers from various friendly countries, Kazakhstan, Japan, and Poland, and of course, our own experts. This diversity of scientific and geographical backgrounds is a great strength for Gdic as environmental issues and sustainable development are essentially shared issues for all humanity. The resolution of which requires the exchange of ideas across culture and disciplines. I extend my deepest appreciation to all presenters and participants who have prepared papers, research results, and ideas for presentation at this conference. It is hoped that the work presented today will not only enrich the academic reporter, but also make a tangible contribution to green development policies and practices at the local, national, and global levels. Silent, please. I also express my gratitude and appreciation to the Institute of Research and Community Service, Lppm, of Universitas Jambi, and the entire organizing committee for their hard work in preparing this international conference, ensuring its successful implementation and the participation of participants from all over the world. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the Rector Universitas Jambi, I hope this forum will provide a productive space for discussion, foster a new research and academic collaboration, and generate concrete recommendations that can be implemented by stakeholders from the government, academics, and local communities. May the spirit of collaboration fostered at this 6th GDIC continue and further strengthen Universitas Jambi role as part of the international scientific network in the field of sustainable development. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, today, Thursday, August 4, 2026, I officially declare the 6th Green Development International Conference, GDIC, with the theme Innovating for Resilience, Synergizing Green Economy, Technology, and Local Action towards a nature-positive future is officially open. May God Almighty continue to provide His and blessing for the smooth running of this event. Happy conference, happy discussion, and may it be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kami mohon untuk Profesor Dr. Hafiz Asra SSI MSI untuk tetap di tempat. Mohon izin untuk tetap di tempat. Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Profesor Dr. Hafiz Asra SSI MSI yang telah memberikan sambutan dan juga membuka rangkaian acara Gdic Green Development International Conference 2026.
Thank you so much. And please give one round of applause for Vice Rector for Planning and Cooperation and Information System, Professor Dr. Revis Asra, SSC MSc, and we invite you again with Honorable to on the stage because we must to do something like a ceremonial and give for this keynote speaker today.
Baik, kami mengundang kembali, mohon izin kepada Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi Universitas Jambi untuk dapat kembali naik ke atas panggung untuk pemberian cenderamata pada pagi hari ini.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai wujud penghargaan panitia akan diserahkan cenderamata kepada para keynote speaker yang akan diserahkan langsung oleh Wakil 4 Rektor Universitas Jambi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of appreciation, the organizing committee has already provided some souvenir to be given to our distinguished keynote speakers today, which will be handed directly by the Vice Rector of Universitas Jambi. May we invite our keynote speakers to come forward one by one to the stage.
First, we invite Association Professor Dr. Ainur Abrazakova, SDU University, Kazakhstan. Please give a round of applause for Miss Ainur Abrazakova. And secondly, we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Rosiani MS, Universitas Jambi, Indonesia.
Selanjutnya, kami mengundang juga Profesor Jun Kumamoto, PhD, Toyo Gakuen University, Tokyo, Japan. Thank you for coming here. Next, Profesor Dr. Edi Suryan Negara Harahap, Eskom Mkom, Universitas Bina Dharma Palembang, Indonesia. Penyerahan cenderamata diberikan langsung oleh Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi, didampingi juga oleh Ketua Lppm Universitas Jambi.
Dan selanjutnya penyerahan cenderamata kepada Profesor Dr. Andrus Damris MMSc PhD, Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. Please give warm applause for our keynote speaker today.
Baik, terima kasih. Selanjutnya kami mohon kesediaan Wakil Rektor, Ketua Lppm dan juga para keynote speaker serta Ketua Panitia Pelaksana untuk tetap berada di lokasi untuk melakukan sesi foto bersama.
Next, we kindly invite the rectors, the Vice Rector, the Head of Lppm, and Dean and Vice Deans, our keynote speaker, and the Chairperson of the Organizing Committee, and everyone in this hall to remain on group photos.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, dengan demikian berakhirlah rangkaian acara pembukaan The 6th Green Development International Conference 2026. Dan acara akan segera dilanjutkan dengan plenary session bersama ke-6 keynote speaker kita. Kami mohon kepada hadirin untuk tetap berada di ruangan acara.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the series of opening ceremony session of the 6th Green Development International Conference 2026. Next, we will continue to the plenary session featuring our 6 distinguished guests, keynote speakers. May we kindly ask you to remain in the main hall. Dan tentunya atas nama panitia kami menyampaikan terima kasih atas perhatian hadirin sekalian. Apabila terdapat kekurangan dalam memandu acara pagi ini. Baik, acara selanjutnya kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama kepada seluruh peserta dan juga panitia, tentunya juga pada keynote speaker kita pada hari ini. Kami mohon izin kesediaannya kepada Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati untuk dapat berdiri mengambil tempat di posisi masing-masing.
Selanjutnya kami juga mengundang untuk rekan media untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama dengan seluruh peserta dan juga tamu kehormatan serta ke-5 keynote speaker kita yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Kami mohon silakan untuk seluruh hadirin dapat berdiri. Kita akan melakukan sesi pemotretan pada siang hari ini.
Baik, untuk sesi foto akan kami pandu. Kami akan hitung dalam hitungan first, gaya formal dulu Bapak dan Ibu, mohon izin. Kami akan pandu. 3, 2, 1. Baik, selanjutnya kami mohon izin boleh semangatnya, tangan digempalkan sebelah kanan. Baik, 3, 2, 1. Selanjutnya unggul boleh, unja unggul. Baik. 3, 2, 1. Oke, give round applause for all of us here. Dan terima kasih tim dokumentasi tentunya sudah memberikan waktunya untuk mengambil sesi foto bersama di pagi hari ini. Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, atas nama panitia kami menyampaikan terima kasih atas perhatian hadirin sekalian apabila terdapat kekurangan dalam memandu acara pagi hari ini. Kami mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our gratitude for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. Should there have been any shortcomings in guiding this morning session, we sincerely apologize. Again, thank you very much to ladies and gentlemen.
Before atau sebelum kita melanjutkan sesi pleno pada pagi hari ini, kita akan break sesaat atau jeda sekitar 10 menit untuk coffee break. Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu seluruh tamu undangan untuk dapat menikmati coffee break di pagi hari ini di bagian area terluar dari venue kita pada hari ini di bagian atas atau juga di lantai 7 ya. Before we start the plenary session, we invite you to coffee break first. All the coffee breaks are present and out of the venue, the 7 floors. So we invite you, our honorable guests, to try the coffee break session. Thank you.
We now invite our guests and our keynote speakers and all our participants in this room to enjoy your coffee break first before we going to the plenary sessions in today's event.
Dan kami mohon kepada Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, tepat di pukul 10 kami izin sebuah Bapak dan Ibu sudah kembali hadir ke dalam ruangan ini sebelum nantinya kami memulai rangkaian demi rangkaian acara yang sangat luar biasa, tentunya inti dari kegiatan pada hari ini. Dan kami ucapkan selamat menikmati kudapan dan selamat kembali nanti di pukul 10 waktu Indonesia Barat. Terima kasih.
Namun bila saat berpisah telah tiba, cepat-cepatlah sampaikan kepadaku agar ku tak berharap dan buat kau bersedih. Bila nanti saatnya telah tiba, ku ingin kau menjadi istriku, berjalan bersamamu dalam terik dan hujan, berlarian ke sana kemari dan tertawa. Namun bila saat berpisah telah tiba, izinkan ku menjaga dirimu, berdua menikmati pelukan di ujung waktu. Sudilah kau temani diriku, sudilah kau menjadi temanku, sudilah kau menjadi istriku. Masihkan luka itu ada di sana yang ku tinggalkan saat kita masih bersama. Kini waktu terasa berbeda tanpa hadirmu. Keras hati yang dulu bicara berujung pilu. Andai yang
tatkala mentari terbenam di ufuk barat. Di saat itulah dingin rindu selimuti keindahan senyuman dari lesung pipi itu. Menikmati imaji bersamamu. Maka terimalah diriku, kita akan bahagia selamanya. Ku berjanji jadi
Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kurang lebih 1 menit 30 detik kita akan memulai rangkaian acara. Jadi kami mohon informasikan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat segera menuju ruangan kembali karena sesi plenary session akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami informasikan karena saat ini sudah menunjukkan pukul 10 lewat 1 menit. Acara kita akan segera dimulai, kami mohon kesediaan dengan segala hormat untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan dan juga menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena rangkaian sesi dari plenary session yang akan dilakukan sesaat lagi akan segera dimulai. Jadi kami mohon dengan segala hormat, kami mengundang untuk dapat hadir kembali dan juga menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Baik, sekali lagi kami informasikan untuk seluruh tamu undangan yang bergabung, mohon berkenan untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan utama, dikarenakan rangkaian plenary session akan segera kita mulai.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami informasikan sekali lagi kami mohon kesediaannya dengan segala hormat untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sesaat lagi rangkaian acara inti yang kita nantikan akan segera dimulai dan tentunya juga nanti rangkaian demi rangkaian ini akan dipandu oleh dua moderator hebat kita di hari ini. Jadi kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Tamu undangan yang kami hormati mohon berkenan apabila telah menikmati coffee break pada pagi hari ini, mohon izin untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan dan juga mengisi kursi yang kosong di depan terlebih dahulu. Dikarenakan rangkaian acara plenary session kita akan segera dimulai bersama keenam keynote speaker kita pada pagi hari ini.
Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami mohon izin untuk dapat menempati kembali tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, terkhusus area depan atau area yang masih belum terisi, karena sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan plenary session yang menjadi inti dari kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan memulai rangkaian acara pada hari ini. Selanjutnya, jalannya sesi pleno akan dipandu oleh moderator kita, Ibu Dr. Ella Masita, SPD, MPD, MSc, dan Bapak Dr. Muklas Abrar, SSM Hum. Waktu dan tempat disilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session will be led by our moderator today, Dr. Ella Masita, SPD, MPD, MSc, and Dr. Muklas Abrar, SSM Hum. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. Good morning, all of you, the honorable speakers, good morning. Distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and participants. Welcome to the preliminary session of the 6th Green Development International Conference, GDIC 2026, organized by Lppm Universitas Jambi. This morning, I, Ella Masita, and my colleague, Dr. Muklas Abrar, will serve as the moderators. Good morning, Pak Abrar.
Good morning, Ibu Ella. How are you?
And how are you?
Good.
Okay, Pak Abrar, what is our conference theme today?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and also our distinguished keynote speakers, our overarching theme today is, as you can see in the screen, innovating for resilience, synergizing green economy, technology, and local action towards a nature positive future. In this plenary session, we are honored to feature 6 distinguished keynote speakers who are attending both on site and also online. They will share their research, strategic insight, and also visions. Allow me to introduce the lineup for today's session. The first one is Professor Dr. Damris Muhammad, MSc, PhD. Yes, he is from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. The second one is Professor Dr. Edi Surya Negara, Eskom and Com. He is the Acting Rector and Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Technology, Bina Dharma University. And then the third one is Professor Jun Kumamoto, PhD. He is from Toyo Gakuen University, Japan. And also Dr. Katrazina Sikh Andajok. She is joining online, virtual. Is she here? Hello, Dr. Katrina Sikh. Are you here? Okay, maybe she's going to join us soon. And then the next one is Professor Dr. Insinyur Rosiani MS from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. And last but not least, Associate Professor Ainur Abdrazakova, PhD. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name perhaps, yeah? She's the head of Economics and Business Department at the University Kazakhstan. Now, we are going to talk about the session feature or session structure. How about the session structure, Ibu Ella?
Okay, thank you, Pak Abrar. So for the session structure today, each speaker will have 20 minutes for their presentation each. And after the 6 presentations finish, we will follow it by a joint 35 minutes question and answer and discussion session at the end. Without further ado, let us begin our keynote presentations. The first speaker today is Professor Dr. Damris Muhammad, MSc, PhD. He is a professor at Universitas Jambi, Indonesia. His academic background He holds a PhD in Analytical and Environment Chemistry from Wollongong University, Australia. Benar ya Pak ya? Okay, and then his research focus specializing in environmental chemistry, technology for greenhouse gas reduction, contaminant immobilization and soil carbon dynamic in tropical land use transformation system. For Professor Damris, please, the floor is yours.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee of the 6th GDIC who have been working hard to ensure that all the activities in this event are going well. And before I start with, with my presentation, I would like to honor for our keynote speaker who are already in here in stage. The first, Professor Roshani from University of Jambi, and Professor Eddie from Palembang, and Professor Jun from Japan, and Professor Anur from Kazakhstan. That's right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and the participants, the title of my presentation is about long-run use of nitrogen fertilizer on palm oil replanting soils. Impact of biochar addition on nitrogen dynamic, soil health, and environmental sustainability. As we are aware that Indonesia is the biggest producing country, a CPO producing country. Indonesia cover about almost 60% of CPO markets, and share with Malaysia maybe about 30%. What we usually know about the palm oil plantation and that the production, how many million tons Indonesia produce every year. But sometimes we forgot that palm oil productivity decreasing with age. Yeah, after 25 years, the productivity decrease while the harvesting cost increases. Therefore, after 25 years, the old land has to be replaced with the new one. Okay, next. So once the replacement taken place, for example, we have to realize that the soil where the old palm oil plantation there has experienced 25 years receiving nitrogen fertilizer. This is really long time experience. Soil receiving nitrogen fertilizer for more than 20 years. Does it affect the soil quality, soil health, and soil chemical and physical properties? Sometimes this is not really interesting aspect to be studied, but however we have to, because applying certain quantity of nitrogen fertilizer for a long time must have negative impact on environment. As we see here that Indonesia at this time has approximately 16.5 million hectares of palm oil plantation. Right now, it is estimated that 2.5 to 3 million has to be replanted because of old aging, not productive anymore. Okay? Most of those 2 to 3 million hectares are smallholder farmer. Up to 50% of those are smallholder farmer of palm oil plantation. The ideal recommendation given by experts that the rate of replanting is about 4% a year of total palm oil plantation area. So it is about 440,000 hectares annually. Indonesia have to replace the old plantation. So we are not talking about the productivity anymore, because no productivity after replantation. We have to take care of impact of long run and fertilizer input to the soil before new replanting taking place. So in these aspects, according with my background in chemistry and environmental chemistry, I'm looking for what impacts long nitrogen implementation, approximately 25 years, has on the soil quality, soil health, and sustainability. Okay, next. So if we look at these main issues of environmental issues concerning long-run and application, the first one is soil degradation, of course. When we put a lot of nitrogen to soil, the first one happen is what we call soil acidification. The soil pH decrease because we input nitrogen, in particular when we put ammonium nitrogen fertilizer. When the soil pH decrease, that means that the organic soil also decrease. And that means also affect the microbial community in the soil itself. And then, in addition of that, Indonesian government also have implemented certain regulation concerning about the emissions released from plantation, in particular palm oil plantation. In terms of the use of N fertilizer by smallholder, mostly based on many research, shown that they apply nitrogen in excess more than plant required. That's why the environmental impacts may be greater compared to the big companies. Okay, next one is because I'm focused only to the nitrogen fertilizer. Actually, in palm oil plantation, there are many fertilizers used there. But in this case, we are looking at only for nitrogen fertilizer. When nitrogen input to the soil increase significantly, we can avoid that leaching of nitrogen in form of nitric and NO3- to the groundwater and surrounding water as well. That's a contaminant to our environment. And second, the application of N in terms of time and quantity also increase the volatilization of nitrogen in the form of N2O and also ammonia. So N2O is the strongest greenhouse emissions compared to carbon dioxide and also methane. Nitrous oxide, if we measure concentration of nitrous oxide in atmosphere, 90% of them are coming from the land of agriculture. Okay. The third possible is that nitrogen goes down deeper soil and then accumulate in the soil, deeper layer soils. And this might harm the environment as well. Okay, next. So the objective research actually, this is a big topic actually, not one research, because as we know that Indonesia, we just run research for 1 year. Next year, we have to propose a new proposal again, walaupun it is just a continue what we did last year and this year and next year as well. So there's a big research. So we try to assess the long-term and fertilizer impact on soil. What actually the possible impacts, long run and application to the soil. In this case is physical and chemical and biological properties of the soil. We can compare the soil that experience long run and application compared to soil without and application. So we compare the properties belong to the soil. This might make us possible to judge, to make evaluation about the impact that have. The second is we try to handle this. We try to handle the negative impact of long run and application by using material come to our surrounding areas as well, what we call biochar. Biochar is actually a material come from organic waste. So we produce many organic waste, but by utilizing organic waste, converting them to biochar, we can apply to the environment, to the soil, and then we look at what type of properties might be improved compared without a biochar addition. And next, we try to look at quantify environmental benefit of biochar. The first one, reduce biochar based on many resources that biochar can reduce or leaching and also emission of nitrogen, improve soil carbon sequestration, and enhance sustainability. And at the end, we hope we can give a recommendation how to deal with the impact of long run and application to the soil by applying a biochar. Okay, next. Next slide. This is the picture. At the age of 0 to 3 years of palm oil, we apply about 0.5 to 1 kilogram nitrogen per palm per year. And then after 3 years, it's the palm oil in the productivity ages, for example, from 4 to 25, maybe we apply 1.5 to 5 kilogram of nitrogen per palm per year. And then after 25 years, maybe no more need for fertilization because the productivity, because of age factor, so we reduce the application because the productivity is also decreased. The challenge is that even we apply a lot of nitrogen to the soil, but we know that not all fertilizer applied to the soil absorbed by the plants. Most of them lose to environment. The first one, what we call leaching, go to the soil. The second is what we call emission, evaporation, goes to atmosphere, and also some might be stabilized inside the soil. If this factor, without taking care of them, so the palm oil plantation may be what we call as the source of greenhouse gas emission. So we have to take care of them. And also in terms of economic impact of using a lot of nitrogen fertilization, that we see that 40% to 60% of the cost of palm oil plantation operation management is fertilizer. So the farmer have to spend a lot of money for purchasing fertilizer. Yeah, we have to reduce that. If we can manage nitrogen that have been already in the soil because of long run and application. If we can manage of that, that means we can reduce of using new fertilizer, so productivity can be improved without significant improve in cost of fertilizer. Okay, next. In this case, understanding the palm oil replanting, I think this almost the same. All for 3 years in mature, 4 to 25 years productive, and then after that, replanting must be taking place. However, replanting is not a simple case. Yeah, in terms of cost of replanting, time of planting, method of planting is all the problem. But in our aspect, incremental aspect of nitrogen. So we can see here that by replanting, actually we open up opportunity for us to interfere into the soil so we can improve the soil properties after 25 years surfaces, yeah, for production of palm oil, for example. So we hope that by using biochar, we can interfere and keep the quality, have a soil quality and soil health, and also chemical, physical property of the soil. Okay, next. This is impact of long-run N application to the soil. We see here from the chemical aspects, acidification, cation imbalance, aluminum toxicity, reduced cation exchange capacity. All of this affect the soil quality, affect the soil health. In physical terms, soil structure deterioration, increased bulk density of soil, reduced water infiltration and compaction. So after long-run application, for example, 25 years, the soil of plantation usually more compacted. That means the penetration of the water into the soil is limited. Oxygen penetration also is limited. That means that the soil health also decreased because of compaction. In terms of biological aspect, we can see that when the soil receives a lot of nitrogen fertilizer, increase the soil acidity, that means can shift the community of soil microbial. Yeah, shift community of microbial. In terms of nitrogen dynamics, we can also increase and mineralization rates, long-run decline organic, and also accumulation nitrate in subsoil. Yeah, in subsoil. So accumulation of nitrate in subsoil, this is the source of what we call eutrophication into the water body surrounding the area. Okay, next. I know maybe not all of us quite familiar with what is biochar. We can see here biochar actually carbon-rich material produced from biomass pyrolysis at 350 to 700 degrees C under limited oxygen environment. So this is actually the book here has already published recently. So we can produce biochar with many technology available here. In terms of small holder, we can use a very simple reactor to produce biochar. Very simple one. No need to control with electronically control oxygen environment. But physical principle, we can control the oxygen. What we have done is we use the simple one. We control oxygen. Maybe the simple principle is that we know that fluids, fluid I mean gas or liquids, only flow from high pressure to low pressure. Yeah, it is a simple principle. If we keep pressure inside the reactor is higher compared to the outside pressure, that means on gas inside pressure will go out of the reactor. So by making a small hole of reactor, that means during the pyrolysis process, pressure inside the reactor always higher than atmosphere pressure. That means we control the oxygen environment in the reactor. So we can produce quality biochar as well. So what actually happening when biomass converted to biochar? The graph on the right-hand side there, we call it the Van Coperland diagrams, shows relationship between atomic XC ratio on y-axis and OC ratio on the x-axis. The blue dot there is the ratio of XC and OC in a raw material, in biomass in this case. We can see here that the ratio for OC, for example, mostly between 0.6 to 0.x, while XC ratio between maybe 1.5 to 2, quite high. After the material has been converted to biochar, this ratio decreased significantly. We can see the dots, the red dot there, decreasing in OC, for example, to almost 0.2, mean decrease the polarity of material. The decrease in XC ratio on the y-axis, for example, from 1.5 to 2, decrease almost to 0.5. That means we increase the aromaticity of compound in the material. Chemically, actually, the atomic arrangement of the atom in the molecule in biochar, so that they form the new material, the new compounds that are stabilized, so that the biochar is actually a technique to store carbon into the most stable form in the soil. Okay, maybe I would like to talk about what we call carbon capture technology. Maybe we're familiar with the term carbon capture technology. It is almost, it is a really expensive technology. So the technology to capture directly carbon dioxide in the air, and then we store it in geological deep into the earth. For us, for Indonesia, for example, in tropical countries, we don't have actually, because we have natural base carbon capture. Apa itu? What is that? We have plantation, palm oil plantation, that always every day absorb carbon dioxide and then become biomass, and then we just convert biomass into biochar. That means we simplify the process. We don't have to develop high-tech technology for carbon capture, but by simply converting biomass into biochar, we store the carbon into biochar. It's safe, it's stable, it's stabilized up to, based on some resources, up to 1,000 years without decomposition. Okay, next, ada dulu. Okay, sedikit saja. Okay, next, the last one maybe, the last slide, before we, ya, itu sebetulnya ada hasil. Silakan ke slide terakhir, the last slide. Okay, the last slide, ada lagi? No? Okay, the last slide, I would like to thank to the last slide. Okay, thank you very much for to the 6th JDIC committee who have worked hard to ensure that this event runs successfully. And also, particular thank you to the Pak Rektor, Pak Profesor Helmi, dan juga thank you very much for the head of research and community service, Universitas Jambi, Prof. Amirul Mukminin. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the insightful information about your expertise here. Ladies and gentlemen, next it is my privilege actually to introduce our second keynote speaker. His name is Professor Dr. Edi Suryanegara, Eskom MCom, and then his current role is as the Acting Rector and Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Technology at Bina Dharma University, Indonesia. He is also the Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies at Bina Dharma University. For his academic background, he holds a doctorate in Information System Technology from Gunadarma University, and then he has already gained some achievements For example, honored as the youngest professor in the field of informatics engineering in Indonesia. He serves as the chairman of Indonesia Society on Smart Technologies and deputy chair for the Regional ICT Council of South Sumatra. And last but not least, his research focus is extensive work in data mining, machine learning, big data analytics, smart governance, and also cyber security applications. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Prof. Eddie to deliver the presentation in 20 minutes.
I have to start my stopwatch for 20 minutes. Okay. No, it's not working. Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and thank you to UNJA, Universitas Jambi, especially Lppm, for decisions I talk about technology and nature. And I'm from Bina Dharma University, and then maybe I will discuss about how technology to support the natures and sustainability development goals. Okay, some people say technology will be save our planet, and some people say also technology is a problem. I think both answers is too simple. Technology is a tool. If your plan is good, it makes the result much better. But if your plan is bad, it makes you fail faster. It's the technology. So the question is not which technology to buy, but the question is what we do with it next. So our theme today is smart technology and local action for a nature positive futures. We can say net zero means is we stop making the much worse. Nature positive means we live the nature better than we found it. So, nature positive means living nature better than we found it. I have 3 photographs. You can see, we can see and measure almost everything. Acting is still the hard part. 3 pictures. The first is a satellite image showing where forest was clear. In 1970, when Sumatra burned, we could not say where the fire was or on whose land. We had to wait a year for the answer. Today, an alert arrived in hours. The second saw 5 hotspots. Every hotspot, every day, free for anyone to see. The third is farmer with a phone, and it's the most important. A satellite does not put out a fire, and algorithms does not plant a mangrove. People do. So seeing is now easy. Acting is still hard. The gap is my whole talk. Okay, I have 6 numbers next. You can see, yeah, the crisis is real. The money is moving and our technology has a cost of its own. But interesting, the good news in 2026, we invest $2.2 trillion in clean energy. Almost double what goes to fossil fuels. But data centers will use 945 terawatt hours by 2030. Artificial intelligence is not free. Read those last together. Technology we need also part, the technology we need also part of the problem. So next, the chance to resilient society. This is how technology to supposed to become stronger society. There is a 7-step. The first step, technology give us only things we can see and we can control. A soil sensor does not save water. It only tells you when you are wasting it. The second step is where most projects fail. The sensor is installed, the dashboard is built, nobody changes what they do. A look at a road like value must come back to pay for the next round. Without that, everything stay a failed project. So the technology give only sight and control. The rest depend on people and money. Next, 3 things only technology can do. Cutting the cost of observations, cutting the cost of coordinations, and cutting the cost of predictions. Technology will help for the future in 3 steps. Next, stopping list. Technology work a system, and with the weeks layer decided result. Next, see the pictures. Next, we can use so many technology for the control. We can use so many technology for a monitor. Let's say I will use sensing for how satellite work with drone, Internet of Things, and ADNA. And then in transmissions, all of data can transmission with 5G networks, with edge computing. And then the integration with also cloud computing, API distributed. So the site, all of site can connect it together and make one decision. When the data analyze, when the data to use to predict it, and maybe something we use for classifications, maybe sometime we use for clustering. I think it will be support for Prof. Damaris with all the data for the natures. And then in intelligence, it's the one more popular today. We use AI, we use machine learning and automation agents. So I think we can make decisions, but how will we do? Next, we're talking about AI. I will more critical of AI. What work well, AI identify species from camera strap and afternoon. Work that once took 6 months, it detect plant disease from a photo. But 3 limits. AI learn from examples. And we have very few label example from tropics. A model train in Maize in America will fail on oil palm in Jambi, and it will fail confidently. The second is energy. Data center electricity more than doubles by 2030. The third, when a model is wrong, it's wrong in a fluent and authoritative way. Use AI, verified AI, and never put inside decision without human who understands how it failed. Next. So, how we can Earth observations and sensors. You can see the table. In the tropic radars matters most. We can maintain, decide whether anything survives. Radar sees through cloud and smoke every 6 to 12 days and is free. On the ground, sensors are cheap now. Battery, maintenance at the barrier. I have seen full networks in this region go dark within 2 years. So, here is practical rules. Budget maintenance at 30% of equipment costs every year, or do not install all. Next. So we have a layer for implementations. And the bottom we can use IoT for some capturing data for the land, and then using drone or mosaic, and then we can use AI for hotspot detection. But the sensor will be maintained, and then we must do some analyzing for the data, the big data. It's so many expensive. Now, next. So, I say it's just build a digital twins. Build a digital twins only if you can name the decisions, it will be changed. So, next to verification and traceability, slide next. This slide is green technology becomes in trade issue, and for Indonesia, it's the most urgent one. Europe has a rule: palm oil, rubber, coffee, cacao, timber may enter only if you can point to exact plot of land and prove no forest was cut there. Jambi produced several of them. This is not environmental preference. This is market access. The two red boxes are our weak point, smallholder plot without map boundaries, and the mile where everybody route is mixed. One word on blockchain is a notebook that cannot to be erased. Useful, but it never checked whether what you wrote was true. Next. This is the technology horizons for our implementation, especially in Indonesia. I think we have 3 steps to implementation. The first, we can use AI agent. We can use Edge AI for focused implementation and scaling, provide quick and measurable benefit. And the second step, we prepare, build foundations, talent also, and data. I think it's so difficult for the data, infrastructure, next policy also, and strategic partnership. We can use the nature's intelligence and we will develop foundation for model Earth observations. Yeah. And then the last step, we can build quantum computing for maturity, and then we can build green hydrogen. I think it's maturity map and realistic window in Indonesia, but still come back to how about political will. Next, I want to talk about some case study. Yeah, Brazil is clear experiment in the world. It build best forest monitoring anywhere, alert arrive almost real time, and data has public since 1980. Now look the chart. Deforestation feels sharply rose again and then fell sharply again in 2030. Through all three provide the satellite keep working in data and keep being published. What changed? What's the water? Anyone act on it? So let's say this clear. At technology conference, Brazil monitoring did not reduce the prestations. It led willing government success, and it made unwilling government visible. Indonesia has similar system. The question for next 10 years is not whether our monitoring is good enough. Is it whether our enforcement is? Next, we can see also Singapore as case study. Singapore plan by model before spending. Singapore had no choice, and that became an advantage, no hindrance water and food import. So it will its planning system first, then the project. And it turned problem in asset, no land for solar panels. So it flowed then for powering and water treatment plant. Two lessons from Singapore. Singapore advantage is organization, not technology. One authority, one data standards, one plan, and never build digital model just to have one. Find decision first, then by the rules. It's the Singapore. The next, Netherlands also have planning for giving room to the river. The Dutch spent 800 years building walls, a giant's water. Then they did it opposite. So modeling led the Dutch depend a center intuitive decisions public. Next, Kenya also. This morning I talked with Prof. Jun about Kenya. Yeah. Kenya also have 2 meters. I think this 2 meter most for rural Indonesians and would teach the same lessons. Solar HEM system excited in Kenya for the decided and did not spread because a village family cannot pay $90 in the advance. The mobile money arrive, pay a little by phone. The unit works for the few days. Million home got electricity through business, not grants. The barriers was never hardware. It was payment, identify, and trust. Next, Indonesia. How about Indonesia? Let me correct something. International audience underestimate Indonesia. and we are often too modest to curb them. Our forest monitoring in the one map policy are real national infrastructure. Deforestation is far below the peak, and the forest cover has increased over the past decade. Our peatland restoration program is among the largest in the world, and Jambi is the center of it. So I want to say Indonesia has real achievement and a gap only measurable variable results can close. Next, we can see also Germany, but I want to next is the international benchmarking about technology policy and success factor for technology-based environmental and climate initiative. So you can see the table. So what failed and why? Next. I think an Indonesia agriculture technology company was celebrate years, then report in 2025 to have upstart its revenue. The lesson is general. When investor reward report growth is what they get. We must be willing to verify the verifiers, including the ones we are proud of. And the quick one, sensor network across our region going dark in the 2 years, with no maintenance budget, with no owner of data. The pattern is the same in the old team. The technology work, the incentive and management did it not. Okay, the last one, technology trends in 2035. Previous. Okay, I think the last. Yeah. Okay, for the last slide, I want to talk about back to 3 photographs. Let's me return the satellite seeing the easy part, and it's finished. The measurement that was expensive part, and it's largely solved. The farmer with the phone, the part is not solved, and it only part that has ever mattered. Every case study today, success or fail. At the third photograph, Brazil satellite always work, enforcement was the variable, Kenya panels also work, payment was the variable. The technology is no longer the constraints. We are. I think that's all. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Eddie. It's really interesting what you have presented today. Actually, I'm quite worrying about the fact that he has already presented, right? But I'm very fascinating too, because I just knew that so many things AI can be used to help us mapping and try to find better or best solution for that problem. I think it's very interesting. Thank you very much, Pak Eddie. Please give applause to him. Okay, Pak Aap, did you know why I'm wearing these clothes? Do you know?
I don't know. Why are you wearing umbrella?
Well, actually it is representing the month and our conference. You can see this is red and white because this is August. And if you can see, here, I have the palm oil plant in here. So GDIC, ladies and gentlemen, the environment. Okay, just intermezzo actually. Thank you. Okay, for the next, the third speaker is Prof. Jun Kumamoto, PhD. As we know, he is from Japan. His current role is a professor at the Graduate School of Business Administration at Toyo Gakuen University in Tokyo. He is also the CEO of Gdic Inc. and served as a visiting professor at Akita International University. He holds his PhD and MA in Public Administration from International Christian University, Tokyo. And he is also a former visiting scholar at the Sidler College at Business, University of Hawaii at Manoa, and University of Vienna. He has also extensive corporate experiences, including in Nomura Securities Co. Ltd., and served as an independent director for an AMEC-listed company. His research focus specializing in international marketing strategy, consumer behavior, scene marketing, and educational program development. Please, Prof. Kumamoto, please, the floor is yours.
Slideshow, please. Okay, good. Selamat pagi semuanya. Good morning, distinguished professors, researchers, colleagues, students, and guests. My name is Jun Kumamoto from Toyo Gakuen University, Tokyo, Japan. It is a great honor to join the 6th Green Development International Conference here at Universitas Jambi. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Lppm of this university and all organizers for the kind invitation and warm hospitality, particularly Professor Amir. This is my first time in Sumatra, so I'm so excited. My presentation is titled, From Green Intention to Green Actions. I will discuss the green transitions from the perspective of marketing, consumer behavior, and local business ecosystems. Many people say they care about the environment, right? But how can we make the sustainable behavior part of everyday life? I came here via Soekarno-Hatta Jakarta Airport, and I saw the garbage cans was set in the airport. It was 3 different places that you can dispose your garbage: burnable, reusable, and recyclable. And I saw some Caucasian guy was walking towards the garbage can, holding the empty PET bottle. And he throws inside of the burnable. Where should he put those plastic bottles into the disposables? Recyclable, right? So this is my topic. To answer this, I will use 5 different Japanese cases: Muji, Uniqlo, Kao, Aeon, and Mercari. The mechanism must be useful for wider discussion, including local action in Indonesia. Next, please. The central challenge is simple, but difficult to solve. Many consumers say, I care about the environment, and they express positive attitude towards green products. However, actual behavior is often less consistent. People may not always buy sustainable products, refill packages, repair product, return used items, or choose second-hand goods consistently. This is a gap between the green intention and green action. Often the market around the consumers makes sustainable choice very difficult. Price can be a barrier because of the cost. Uncertainty is also a barrier because green claims may be hard to judge. If return, refill, or repair requires too much effort, people stop. Social norms also matter because behavior feels unusual when not many people around us act. So the question is, how can we make green action practical and repeatable? Next slide, please. Next, please. A useful the one before. Yes, thank you. A useful foundation is Isaac Eisen's theories of planned behavior, TPB. Intention is shaped by attitude, social norm, and perceived control. Attitude asks, is this action worthwhile? Social norm asks, do people around me support this behavior? Perceived control asks, can I realistically do it? But for marketing, motivation is not enough. Intention needs an enabling market context. Customers need personal value, credible information, and convenient channels through stores and platforms. So I say, sustainable behavior changes when motivation meets an enabling system. Motivation creates willingness, but market design makes action easy and repeatable. Next, please. So for this presentation, I propose a simple marketing framework, VTCC, value, trust, convenience, and community. First, value. The sustainable option must be personally rewarding. It should not depend only on moral responsibility. Customers also need quality, savings, durability. Value answers the questions, why should I do it? Second, trust. Environmental claims must be credible. Trust requires transparency, proof, and visible follow-through. Trust answers the question, can I believe it? Third, convenience. Sustainable action must reduce time, effort, and uncertainty. A good idea will not spread if the process is difficult. Convenience answers the question, can I do it easily? Fourth, the community. Green behavior becomes stronger when it is visible and socially supported. Partners, retailers, platforms, schools, local government, and community leaders can make action normal. Community answers the questions, will the system and people around me support it? These mechanisms reinforce one another to support repeated action. Next, please. Before I talk about the Japanese cases, let me explain why Japanese cases are useful. I'm not saying that Japan is a perfect model or that other countries should copy Japanese practices directly. Every country has different income levels, retail structures, cultural norms, logistics capacity, and local institutions. However, Japanese companies have worked for many years on 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Recently, circularity has been moving from environmental activity to economic strategy. Companies design services that extend product life cycle, reverse channels that brings materials back, and the local networks that keep value circulating. The useful lesson is the mechanism, how VTCC are designed into customer journey. Next slide, please. Okay, the first, look at the Muji. Muji, do you know Muji? No? Muji operated by Ryohin Keikaku The Muji is useful because sustainability is not presented only as an additional campaign or promotion. It is connected to the brand's reason to exist. Muji has a long emphasized simple design, elimination of unnecessary processes, and simplified packaging and labeling. These ideas are environmental, but they are also part of customer value. Customers choose Muji because the product feels simple, practical, durable, and not excessive. This is important. Customers do not need to adopt a special green identity to participate. The sustainable logic is already embedded in ordinary product meaning. Muji also extends the relationship after purchase. Selected product can be collected in stores, reused, recycled, or connected with rewards. Marketing lesson is that sustainability is stronger when it's built in the core value propositions, not added later as a promotion or campaign. In VTCC terms, Muji is mainly a value case of a value and community case. Next slide, please. Second case is Uniqlo. Uniqlo has a store here in Indonesia, Jakarta and Surabaya, and maybe here in Jambi. Second case is Uniqlo, operated by Fast Retailing. Uniqlo is useful because it extends clothing life through a visible service journey. The journey begins with wear. Uniqlo's LifeWear concept emphasizes everyday quality, functionality, and durability. The next step is repair, through services such as Uniqlo Studio. Then comes return through in-store collection. Finally, clothing can be renewed through reuse, donation, or recycling. This matters because use longer becomes tangible. Repair becomes a service customers can see and use. Collection boxes also make return behavior visible and easier inside the store. The marketing lesson is that reverse logistics can become customer experience design. Disposable becomes another marketing touchpoint. In BTCC terms, Uniqlo is strong in trust and convenience. Next slide, please. The third case is Kao. Do you know Kao, the brand? It's like a Biore, okay? A major Japanese consumer good company. Kao is important because refill behavior has become ordinary in many Japanese household categories. Kao's first refill pack dated back in 1991. Over time, Kao developed 423 refill and replacement products as of December 2023. A refill pack reduces material use by letting customers reuse the original bottle. It also adapts package shape, bottle size, so pouring is easy and reliable. If the refill leaks or takes too much effort, people will not repeat the behavior. Therefore, small technical details are important. In VTCC term, Kao is strong in convenience and community. Next slide, please. Next, please. The fourth case is Aeon. Aeon has a shopping mall here in Indonesia. One of Japan's largest retail groups, Aeon is useful because it shows how a store can become a local circular infrastructure. In a circular economy, the store can also become a collection point, an education point, and a coordination hub for local partners. Customers already visit Aeon stores for shopping, so bringing recyclable resources to the store may require less effort than going to a separate location. This is a convenience advantage. But Aeon is also a community case. Retailer can connect customers, processors, producers, local governments, and community groups. Marketing lessons is that retail reach can lower participation costs and connect customer action with a local resource network. In VTCC form, Aeon is strong in convenience and community. Next slide, please. The fifth case is Mercari. This is a major Japanese marketplace app for buying and selling the second-hand items. Mercari is useful because it links environmental value with immediate customer value. For sellers, Mercari offers income and convenience. People can sell unused clothing, books, toys, or household goods and gain money and space. For buyers, Mercari often offers lower prices and discovery. For society, reuse can reduce waste. Based on the company report in 2025, clothing waste avoided through reuse on Mercari platform was equivalent to 7.7% of Japan's annual clothing waste. The marketing lesson is that reuse scales when environmental benefit is bundled with income, affordability, access, and enjoyment. In VTCC form, Mercari is strong convenience and the value. Next slide, please. Let's look at the 5 cases comparison across VTCC model. Muji is strong in value and community because sustainability fits the brand meaning and product design. Uniqlo is strong in value, trust, and convenience because the repair and return journey is visible and credible. Uniqlo is strong in value, trust, and convenience because the repair and the return journey is visible and credible. Kao is strong in convenience and community because the refill behavior is low friction and routine-based. Aeon is strong in trust, convenience, and community because the stores become a local infrastructure. Mercari is strong in value, trust, and convenience because the platform gives immediate benefits to sellers and buyers. So the cases are not isolated green programs. They are a combination of mechanisms that remove barriers to repeated actions. Next slide, please. So, what we can learn from these Japanese cases. First, we should redesign customer journey. Consumers can use it longer through maintenance or repair. Then they return or resell it. Finally, value is renewed through reuse of product or materials. Next slide, please. The second is the local ecosystem needs to be function very well. Company can design value and trust. Stores and platform can make access convenient. Customers repeat the behavior. Then local partners need to complete the loop by collecting, processing, educating, evaluating, and reconnecting resources to new value. These partners may include municipalities, recyclers, logistic providers, producers, schools, NPOs, and community leaders. Particularly, universities can provide research, evidence, evaluation, even student engagement, and neutral convening. Next slide, please. The third, do not import Japanese practice, but transfer the mechanism and to localize the system. Japanese refill packs, collection boxes, repair services may look very attractive, but they depend on local conditions. The local market architecture is different. Price and income conditions are different. Formal and informal distribution channels are designed differently. Some digital access and payment infrastructure are unreal for other markets. Cultural norms and community authority shapes who can engage the participation. Collection and processing capacity shapes whether material can circulate. Therefore, we transfer principles, not surface features. Next slide, please. How should we begin? First, define one observable behavior, such as bringing a containers, refilling the product, repairing clothing, returning packaging, or listing an unused item for resale. Second, diagnose the strongest friction is the barrier price, lack of trust, inconvenience, or lack of social support. Third, design the VTCC mechanism. Strengthen the value, provide proof, simplify the channel, or build local partnership. Fourth, the pilot with local partners. Finally, learn to measure repetition, not only one-time participation. The point is to scale the system that makes sustainable behavior repeatable. Next slide, please. As a summary, like I said at the beginning, many people have green intention, but intentions do not automatically become actions. A nature-positive market makes the sustainable choice valuable, credible, and easy and social. Valuable means the customer receives a meaningful benefit. Credible means the claims are trusted. Easy means the action fits daily routines. Social means the behavior is supported by partners, communities, and visible norms. The 5 Japanese cases that I proposed today, different ways to move from intentions to action. What we can say here is technology can enable the transitions, but marketing and local action make it part of everyday life. Next slide, please. Here's a list of references. Next slide, please. Terima kasih banyak. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah. Now we are moving to the fourth. For the fourth speakers. That is Dr. Katazina Skirt and Zoe Oak. It's actually online. Can you hear us clearly, Doctor? Dr. Katrazina, are you online? Yeah. Can you hear us clearly from here? Okay. Good morning, Doctor. Is it morning your time in Poland? Is it morning time? Can you hear us? Oh. Yeah, it's still mute.
Yeah, the mic is on now.
Mohon operator untuk membantu. Itu tolong di unmute. Okay. So, but we cannot hear you clearly.
Maybe you can read the biodata.
Sure. Okay, before we start, Doctor, and then I would like to read your short bio note, actually. The current roles of Dr. Katarzyna, she is the Deputy Head of the Department of International Relations, Head of the Center for Asian Economics and Lectures and Research at Civitas University in Warsaw, Poland. And then her academic background, she earned her doctorate or PhD in social sciences from Maria Curie Sklodowska University. And then her research focus is actually the response of socio-political transformation and youth in Central Asia and the Caucasus, nation branding, soft power, circular economy, and sustainable development. Without further ado, we would like to let you do the presentation with the maximum 20 minutes. Okay, Doctor, please.
I hope you can all hear me well.
Yes, we can hear your voice now. Okay.
Perfect. Can I ask for the presentation?
Pardon? Other slide? Do you can share the slide by yourself, Doctor? I mean, we have already give you the access to do that.
Excuse me, Professor Katarzyna. Should we prepare? I mean,
Please.
should we do the slide, or you will do that?
Yes, please. Can you share the presentation? I think the quality would be better.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we will prepare it for you soon. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning, esteemed colleagues, researchers, students, and distinguished guests. My name is Katarzyna Skiert-Andrzejuk from the Asian Economy Center at Civitas University, Warsaw, Poland. Today, I am honored to present my latest comparative research on youth-driven sustainability transitions across Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and currently my added value to the research, Indonesia. This presentation explores how integrating green economic principles, digital technology, and community-led action can empower young people to become the primary engine for climate resilience across Central Asia and Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. To understand the urgency of our research, I must look at the environmental reality of Central Asia. So the region is warming significantly faster than the global average. In Uzbekistan, mean temperatures have risen by approximately 1.6 degrees Celsius since 1880. Agriculture remains the backbone of rural livelihoods, yet absorbs nearly 90% of available water supplies, operating under outdated irrigation systems. Furthermore, extreme weather events are escalating, like Kazakhstan's 2024 spring floods were one of the worst in 80 years, while Uzbekistan faces a projected annual water deficit of 7 billion cubic meters by 2030. Economically, linear models centered on research extraction still dominate. Despite active grassroots environmental engagement, young people remain structurally invisible in official circular economy policy documents and academic literature. So this creates an urgent imperative to bridge the gap between youth potential and institutional strategy. Next, please. So what this study argues and asks, my ongoing study advances a central thesis: the transition to a circular economy in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is socially and politically necessary, yet it remains incomplete precisely because young people, the demographic most exposed to climate risk and most digitally equipped, are marginalized in both scholarship and policy formulation. So building upon the theoretical mapping of my 2025 research and now extending it through a comparative reading with Indonesia, I address three core research questions. First, how are young Kazakhs and Uzbeks represented or underrepresented in policy and literature? Second, what specific structural barriers and enablers shape their green participation? And third, what actionable lessons can Central Asia derive from Indonesia's advanced digital green integration? Next slide, please. My methodology employs a rigorous four-stage qualitative comparative framework. I begin with comprehensive literature mapping, systematically reviewing academic databases and multilateral reports. Second, policy analysis, which evaluates national strategies, World Bank country climate and development reports, and UNECE environmental assessments. Third, comparative synthesis aligns quantitative and qualitative indicators across education, ICT adoption, green financing, and policy maturity. Finally, case justification establishes Indonesia as a comparative benchmark with a similar demographic profile that introduced formal circular economy framework earlier, providing key empirical insights for Central Asia policymaking. Next slide, please. So my conceptual model synthesizes the Ellen MacArthur Foundation circular economy principles with modern youth development and digital inclusion frameworks. So it rests on three interconnected pillars. First, green economy. So circular resource management, eco-entrepreneurship, and green production. Second, digital innovation, mobile first connectivity, AI for environmental monitoring, and digital incubators. And the third pillar, community action. So like grassroots recycling, eco clubs, and rural urban knowledge platforms. And at the center of these pillars is youth, age 15 to 29, as cross-cutting agents. So by converting inputs like education, digital fluency, and peer networks, youth deliver concrete outcomes like green ventures, community resilience, and sustainable livelihoods. Next slide, please. Why focus on youth? So because today's young people possess unique characteristics. In both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, mobile internet adoption among 15 to 29 years old ranges between 89% and 93%. They adopt and deploy technology faster than any preceding generation. Furthermore, youth-led climate media campaigns have reached over 10 million people across Central Asia. So empowering these demographics addresses both climate vulnerability and youth unemployment, which stood at 13.83% in Uzbekistan in 2023. Next slide, please. So let me examine the comparative indicator matrix. So in terms of policy frameworks, Kazakhstan aligns with CCDR Green Growth Goals and Kazakhstan 2050. Uzbekistan operates under its Green Transition Strategy, and Indonesia leads with its National Circular Economy Roadmap of 2024. Digital reach is high across all three nations. However, education and financing reveal notable disparities. Kazakhstan shows a female territory enrollment rate of around 40%, whereas Uzbekistan stands at 14%, though total higher education enrollment grew dramatically from 9 to 42% over the last decade. In venture financing, Kazakh climate tech startups secured around $71 million in 2024, compared to $17 million in Uzbekistan, emphasizing the need to scale funding ecosystems. Next slide, please. Despite the enthusiasm, young innovators encounter systemic obstacles across all three settings. So my mapping identifies 6 primary barriers. So first, limited early stage seed funding and venture incubators, insufficient climate and sustainability models in formal curricula, underdeveloped physical recycling and waste infrastructure, drain of top digital talent, and persistent rural-urban digital literacy divides. So these bottlenecks prevent grassroots green projects from scaling into viable long-term commercial or social enterprises. Next slide, please. So, three opportunity frontiers. So where can young people make an immediate impact? I identify three priority frontiers. So the first one is rural and agricultural tech, so sustainability agriculture. So precision drip irrigation and water recycling farms, which are vital for Uzbekistan's agricultural sector. So programs like Resilient demonstrate that landscape restoration yields up to around $39 million annually in ecosystem services. The second opportunity is in the sector of purification and waste valorization, especially when it comes to water. So upcycling waste into economic products. Indonesia's catalyst model successfully converts around 91% of managed waste into commercial products or alternative fuels. And the third opportunity is digital urban green startups, so urban innovation, deploying AI for urban energy and waste monitoring, as demonstrated by the Petropavlovsk-Bathron initiative in northern Kazakhstan. Next slide, please. To unlock youth potential, I propose 6 policy levers derived from my empirical analysis. So curriculum integration, embed climate and circular economy principles across primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Modular micro-credentials offer targeted training in green digital skills, AI, and sustainable finance. University industry bridges, like establishing industry-funded research, chairs and green thesis programs, infrastructure investment to expand rural broadband and upgrade school ICT facilities, national green incubators, so providing dedicated seed grants tied to measurable environmental KPIs, and rural-urban coalitions, so pairing urban tech savvy youth with rural farmers and local councils. Next slide, please. So from research gap to research agenda, in conclusion, my research demonstrates that young Kazakhs and Uzbeks are already acting as pioneer agents of the circular economy through informal recycling, green entrepreneurship, and digital activism, despite being overlooked in policy architecture. Indonesia demonstrates that when policy alignment, skill pipelines, and capital converge, impact scales exponentially. So achieving a nature-positive future is not merely a theoretical vision, it is an actionable policy program, and young people are its most potent catalyst. Next slide, please. So thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions, feedback, and discussion, full citations, including foundational my article on the Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan issue. It's in the references, as well as World Bank CCDRs, UNEC from 2024, and UNDP reports are detailed in the text documentation. I look forward to an engaging discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Katazina, for the very insightful presentation. Pak Abrar, you know that I actually am very happy with the presentation so far, right? Because all the presenters have already presented some, well, quite worrying, but facts. But not only that, our distinguished presenters also give us some plans or some things that have been done, are doing, and can be done in the future. What do you think, Pak Aab?
Oh, that's That's a good structure actually. Yeah, what I believe the audience here will see it as a reference, yeah, for them to do further research. Yeah, okay. I think that's all, Ibu.
Yeah, I think it's hopefully after this GDIC, which really relate to the environment and green development, I hope we can, what we call catalyze maybe, right, to speed up the good things that have been done in other countries for us to try to do it in here and develop maybe in our own way, but of course for the better future. Please give applause again for our presenters. Thank you. And then for the next presenters, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rosiani MS. She is one of the senior professor in our university, Universitas Jambi, and she holds her doctor in environmental study in Universitas Indonesia. Her research focus, she specializes in sustainable agriculture, palm oil certification system, smallholder farmer livelihoods, and natural resource governance. Her international collaboration, she has a lot of international collaboration and professional trainings. I just can mention some of them. She is a key collaborator in international interdisciplinary project, including the Collaborative Research Center or CRC 990 with the University of Gdic, focusing on socio-economic transformation and local community adaptation in tropical lowland rainforest systems. And there are some others, and we can see the conference and organization that she has been involved in. Okay, for Professor Rosiani, please, the floor is yours.
This opportunity, I would like to say honorable speakers, distinguished guests, fellow young professor, fellow researcher, and participant. And in this opportunity, I would like to tell about the oil palm plantation focused with the smallholder. This is our area. The title is Three Island Model in Sustainable Oil Palm Ecosystem for Smallholder Farmers in Jambi Province and Indonesia. You can see the background. The whole of the land before a monoculture of oil palm plantation. But now we have changes with three island. We call that a three island model. Between oil palm plantation, we can see patai, we can see also jengkol, we can see ironwood, we can see durian, and we can see also matua, and we can see aren or sugar. We can call that aren. This is our area. What we choose this area because the unique area, there are transmigration from Java. The transmigration start 1967, of course, But in this area, they start from 1980. And in this area also, there are indigenous people. We say that we call indigenous people in suku anak dalam. And also natural people we call masyarakat asli. There are 3 community there, but can live with the good life. That's why I support our research here. Next. Now, we a little bit worried with the palm oil sector face the interrelated challenge. Environmental degradation, pollution, and deforestation. That's the case we want to tell and explain how to solve the deforestation and climate change vulnerability. And my friend from Finland called me, it is very hot in Finland, like 40 degrees, and we can feel also in Jambi province. Of course, even morning until night we can feel. So the climate change is real in our condition. And also ecological unstable with pest disease, low genetic, social economy pressure, aging plantation, and so on. Next, we can see the data. Oil palm expands from 2001 to 2019 in Sumatra and Kalimantan. Oil palm are double. Oil palm are double. We can see that. Even in Java, we can see the double of oil palm. Next, we can see deforestation from 2001 to 2019. In Sumatra, of course, it is in Jambi province, and Kalimantan, forest area declined by 11%, included cover into oil palm. Cover into oil palm. Forest loss from 2001 until 2019, we remaining also forest more than 500 MSL. Next. Impact, competent rain forest to oil palm mean dramatic loss in species diversity. You can see decrease forest, jungle rubber plantation, and oil palm plantation. This is fact, dramatic losses in species like organism group decrease. We can see some of the organism group now on the land cover. This is the true, the competent rainforest to oil palm plantation. Next, We can see this is 2027 next. We can see this is the data from 2016 until 2024. Smallholder plantation, state-owned plantation, private plantation, and land covered. This is the data, national oil palm area data. We can see so fast, the total of oil palm plantation grew up in national level. Next, this is in Jambi province area. From 2020 until 2025, land area cover 1.19 million, 1 point. That we can see 5 years, the 5 years, even though we know that at the national level, the smallholders cover land or oil palm plantation 42%. In Jambi province, it's 54%. 54% is a cover from a smallholder. Next, it is booming. 2026, a national palm oil paradox, downstream mission B50, energy independent. There are perisai Pekan Sawit Indonesia 2026. Just last week, we went together with Prof. Amirul Mukminin at the Jakarta at the Borobudur Hotel. This is one mission we have to answering the challenge. And the reality upstream, our CPO productivity tend to be stagnant. The key is increasing productivity, especially in smallholder oil palm plantation, make up about 42% of the country's total land area. And I said, in Jambi, 54% of the province total land area. That's why I said, this is answering the challenge. We focus with the 3 islands on oil palm plantation. To answer deforestation also. Next. This is our mission. We go to every village with the land tertiary village. We planting. Next. This is our area. I said there are indigenous people, Japanese, and local community around that doing research, 3 island activities, planting, using organic fertilizers from community. We can see indigenous people at the Kutai area. inside the Taman Nasional Bukit 12. Yeah. There are oil palm plantation. Now we want to change the knowledge. We would like to do that. We have been doing that. We got pan from LPDP, BPDP. BPDP is plantation pan management agency. We got that from our collaboration, and Lppm got this challenge from BPDP 2024 until 2026. And now we are continue with collaboration in University of Indonesia 2026 until 2027. And next, we would like continue with Göttingen University with the support for the affiliate, all of affiliate, every province, and all of affiliate, every national. Next. This model we have been doing at the PT Homosindo through CIRC 99 effort with the 3 island yield high production, doesn't disturb other plant, and provide additional alternative for other crop like non-timber forest product. We have been developed in the palm oil industry. In the Pematang Kabau, on the side of the village treasury land, there are 10 hectares. A 3 island is being developed, and it has significant benefit. Not just for now, we can see until 7 years later, when the iron grow up, when the ironwood grow up, when the durian grow up, when the patai grow up, when the jengkol grow up between oil palm plantation. And this is also with dissemination to do that many parties get input, the government, academic, student, and other researchers now focus with the tanah kas desa. Is this a form support for SJB? SJB is a strategi jangka benah. Strategi jangka benah is rehabilitation strategy, is one of the effort to solve problem of monoculture smallholder oil palm plantation that already inside in forest area, inside in forest area. Next. This is spatial area we have. This is 2000, we can see 2004, 2024, and 2026. On the area we block, we will grow up the petai, jengkol, jackfruit, ironwood, and the other 3 islands inside that. We can see that, yeah, 2024 and 2026. And we're waiting for until 2030, yeah, the whale harvesting for durian. We can eat durian there. I know we can eat durian there. And Prof. June. Yeah, this is the location. This is the location we made the next. Next, we focus at the military land. We can see in Jambi province, we have 1,459. On the coastal area, we got a 27 on the coastal area. I assume, yeah, if 10 hectare times 50,880, they can solve the problem about deforestation. We can also support the SGB, Strategi Jangka Benah. That a regulation from Indonesian regulation. Next, this is final slide. Yeah, this is our model result. Our model result. We can see we use RAPIS model, and we modified with RAPPAM model. RAPPAM model with the multi-dimension scaling. The total MDS is 86.67. The model is very sustainable, the model, but the status of the model, technology and institutional traceability is low. That's why we have to and should do the LAPRIT to support that. The LAPRIT to support that. This is our model. And we also waiting for this model, and this model, the future, I'm sure that this model will be implemented by all of smallholder in Jambi province and other province and in national. And we can see only a 2 or 3 minute video, please.
Selamat datang dalam tayangan video profil proses penelitian yang mengangkat tema percepatan pengelolaan ekosistem sawit berkelanjutan melalui transformasi komunitas partisipatif. Penelitian ini diawasi langsung oleh Profesor Dr. Helmi SHMH sebagai Rektor Universitas Jambi dan Profesor Amirul Mukminin SPD MSc ED PhD sebagai Kepala Lppm Universitas Jambi. Penelitian multidisiplin ini dipimpin oleh tim inti yang solid, dengan Profesor Dr. Insinyur Rosyani MS sebagai Ketua Peneliti. Beliau didukung oleh anggota tim dari berbagai institusi, di antaranya Dr. Fors Bambang Irawan SP MSc IPU dari Universitas Jambi, Dr. Insinyur Leti Sundawati, MSc Forestrop dari IPB University, Muhammad Saifullah, SE MSI dari Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian RI, Immanuel SE, MSc dari Ditjen Perdagangan Luar Negeri Kementerian Perdagangan RI, Cila Apriandi, SE MSc, dan Rifar Saharbian, Eskom MN dari IPB University. Serta dua peneliti pendamping yaitu Uli Desi SPMSI dan Sekarina Rahma SPMSI dari Universitas Jambi. Penelitian ini berpusat di Desa Pematang Kabau, Kabupaten Sarolangun, Provinsi Jambi. Desa ini memiliki kekhasan dan kerentanan ganda. Sebagai salah satu wilayah yang sangat bergantung pada komoditas sawit, hampir seluruh mata pencaharian masyarakatnya terikat pada pola monokultur kelapa sawit. Lokasi Desa Pematang Kabau ini berbatasan langsung dengan Taman Nasional Bukit 12, di mana lokasi ini juga merupakan lokasi riset CRC 990 EFORS, kerjasama antara Universitas Jambi, Universitas Tadulako, IPB University, dan Göttingen University.
Okay, we have more than the video, but time is limited, yeah. we would like to disseminate for others time, yeah. This is a good video for us. I would like to say thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. Now we are moving to the last presenter. This is not the least yet. The last but not least, we have the Associate Professor Ainul Abdrazakova, PhD. Not abracadabra, yeah, Prof. Okay, before that, I would like to read your bio note. Yeah, her current roles: she's the head of Economics and Business Department of SDU University, Kazakhstan, and adjunct professor at Narzoks University. She leads the Emerging Market Research Group at SDU University. And for her academic background, she holds a PhD in Economic and Business from Narzoks University, professional training from Lomonosov Moscow State University, and completed the early leadership program at the Institute of Education, University of London. And then for her international experience, she had the postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Huddersfield Business School at the UK, and then participants in the Horizon Europe ORCA Marie Curie Staff Exchange Project, and visiting scholars at Florida State University and Middle East Technological University in Turkey. And then for her research focus, she focuses on her research focuses on human capital development, HRM transformation, educational leadership, circular development, and AI-driven innovation and workforce system. Okay, Prof, Associate Prof, I know we look forward to your presentation with the maximum time for 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I can say good afternoon. So, distinguished colleagues, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that time is really limited and we are a bit out of time, and then it will be not easy to present after fantastic keynotes by my colleagues. Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed it. So, my presentation is like, as it is the I try to just look for the answer for the simple question: if over 2 decades this green innovation has emerged as a key driver sustainable development worldwide, and then across the world, governments are strengthening environmental policies, and then we are investing in cleaner technologies, and then researchers are developing new solutions, even universities are preparing a next generation of innovators, etc. But why still we are not there yet? So I come from Kazakhstan. Maybe the next slide, please. I would like just to say briefly about my region. My region is Central Asia. The next slide, please. So in Central Asia, there are 5 countries. And what else I can say? And then I am from Kazakhstan, as you can see, the largest economy in the region. And I come from Almaty city. It is former capital city of Kazakhstan. And then you can see we have borders with China and other Central Asian countries. So the next slide, please. Okay, so the main question is like, what enables this green innovation to contribute to resilient development? So at first the answer seems to be very easy, straightforward. Like if we develop better technologies and adopt innovative solutions, society will naturally become more sustainable. But then, of course, the path from innovation to resilient development is complex. So we can see that across countries, regions, industries, and communities, we often see similar technologies, more or less the same policy ambitions, and substantial investments producing very different outcomes. So it shows us that some innovations have long-term impact. The others just stay as like one-time pilot project. So so here we can say that the real challenge is not simply generating innovation, but creating the environment in which innovation can deliver that lasting societal impact. So maybe here, like it is time to move our, let's say, focus from innovation, from technologies itself. Of course, it matters, yeah, that's the main factor. But then it is alone is never enough. Maybe we should also care about the enabling factors, like what. Like the environment, yeah? So because innovation creates possibilities, but people, institutions, and governance define whether those possibilities become lasting change. Could you please, the next slide? Okay. Answering this question requires us to look beyond any single discipline or theory. Like innovation is far more than a technological process. It is equally institutional, organizational, economic, and social. And then also understanding how it contributes to resilient development requires us to bring together several perspectives, like to see the whole picture. So our journey begins with green innovation, and this field focuses on development and adoption of products, processes, services, business models that reduce environmental impacts while creating economic and social value. It demonstrates how environmentally oriented innovation can improve resource efficiency, reduce emissions, strengthen competitiveness, and support sustainable growth. As we mentioned before, like technology alone cannot explain why similar innovations produce very different results across the countries. If the technology is the same, why do some economies achieve lasting transformation while others still struggling to move beyond isolated success stories? So if we take an example, the global transition to renewable energy, many countries now, they have access to similar technologies, yet their progress differs considerably. in many cases, the difference lies less in the technology itself than in the surrounding environment. So institutions that provide stability, governance that supports long-term investment, organizations capable of inflation, and societies willing to embrace the change. So that's the kind of dilemma. So here maybe the next important part we should pay attention is the innovation system. So like the development of innovation depends on like interactions among stakeholders. And like knowledge must be created, shared, and translated into practice. The next slide, please. Okay, so I try to be quick. Okay, so this is about, what are the enabling conditions? We can say that resilient development depends not on one single factor, but then other enabling conditions. So what are they? So as you can see from this, the slides, we came to that conclusion that these are enabling conditions we should look at, let's say, closely. So institutions establish stable rules and reduce uncertainty, and governance, as you can see here, and then organizations transform policies into practical solutions, and human capital, which provides the knowledge, creativity, and adaptive capacity, and collaboration is between the governments, universities, business, communities, which allow knowledge, experience, and resources to circulate across the sector. And the last one is public trust, which strengthens the entire process by encouraging participation, supporting collective action, and increasing society. So society's willingness to make changes happen. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, so from understanding to action. It's like the next step. So understanding these conditions will lead to another question, like what do they mean for the way we design policies, strengthen organizations, and then prepare future generations. So this is like not searching for a single factor of resilient development, but then literature increasingly points towards strengthening the relationship and also connections between institutions, organizations, people, and then communities. In other words, the focus moves from individual components to the quality of the system they collectively create. So from an institutional perspective, effective governance creates an environment in which innovation can move beyond isolated initiatives. At the organizational level, resilience depends on capabilities as much as technologies. Organizations create value not only by adopting innovation, but also by developing leadership, learning, adaptability, and collaboration. And equally important is the human capital dimension. So it provides the knowledge, creativity, and problem-solving capacity that allows organizations and institutions to adapt over time. And these different dimensions, they converge through collaboration. And then their collective capacity is often greater than the sum of their individual contributions. And then also here, the local action matters. The next slide, please. Okay. Of course, it is it is easy to say that the literature says this, we should pay attention to that, like we've been doing this so far, yes, that is great, and now we should collaborate, we should do something. It is easy, but then in reality it is not, and then there are also like things we, let's say, we sometimes oversee. Okay, the next slide. So this was that the previous slide was the idea that we should look at, like. Okay, so this is kind of conclusion. So today the keynote was built around the question, what enables green innovation to contribute to resilient development? And then we just looked at the literature, and then we come to the conclusion that innovation, they are good, great, green innovation, great, but then of course it cannot be just only like technical thing, but then it should be looked at the broader, let's say, picture. So, so we can conclude, like, whether we are researchers, educators, policymakers, practitioners, or business leaders, our shared responsibility is not simply to generate new ideas. It's also strengthen the relationships that connect knowledge with action, innovation with governance, and today's decisions with tomorrow's resilience. So let me leave you with one final thought, like this: innovation creates possibilities, but people, institutions, and governance determine whether those possibilities become lasting change. So this is ultimately what enables resilient development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ainur, for the presentation. Now we are moving on to the question and answer session. Yep. Okay, thank you for all the 6 keynote speakers. Yeah, both here in the room, yeah, in this room, and also online. And then for the insightful presentation. Now we are going to open what we got the floor for our maybe around 10 minutes question and answer session, yeah, Ibu.
Yeah, unfortunately we cannot accept many questions because the time is very limited. So maybe just 2 questions for offline participants and 1 question for online, if any. Right? Is it okay, Pak?
Yeah, that is right. And then do you want to read the guidelines, Ibu? Ella?
Yeah, sure. So the guideline for the on-site participants, please raise your hand to receive a microphone. And after that, for online, please raise your virtual hand. If it is, we will see you here. And then after that, before you ask question, please state your name and institutional affiliation. And then specify which keynote speaker your question is directed to. And after that, keep question clear and concise. That's the rule, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Ella. Now we are going to open for 2 participants in this room. Okay, Prof. Amir, and also Ibu Eva. Okay, Ibu Eva. Okay. I'm sorry for the others. Yeah. We have a very limited time. Okay, Prof. Amir first, and also Ibu Eva for the second one.
Thank you very much, the moderators, and thank you very much all of the keynote speakers, and also Dr. Katarzyna. Thank you very much for your coming online, and maybe one day you will come here. Right, I have one question for all of the keynote speakers.
Okay, for all keynote speakers. Okay, okay. You may take more time. Okay, that is fine, Prof. Yeah.
And please spend only 1.5 minutes to answer the question. So what are the roles of scientists or scholars in tackling the issue in your discussion, in your PPT or in your presentation? I repeat the question, what are the roles of scientists or scholars in tackling the issues that you presented in your presentation? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the question. Although there is only one question, but it is addressed to all presenters today. Ibu, do you want to give one more question, or we are going to answer that first?
I think it's better to answer it first, so
Okay.
it will not, we will not forget it, right?
Okay, all right. Okay, the question is, what is the role of scientists, in tackling the issues, of the presentation, okay. We will start from Prof. Jun, okay.
Okay, my role is actually, I'm always be invited as representing Japan. So my rule is I have to use some Japanese cases. That's my rule. And in order to present cases, I need to build my presentation starting from a statement of problem. And I have to have some theoretical framework that I show you the VTCC model. That is actually combined all the past research and also my own thoughts. So I think my rule is to use the Japanese cases and also those cases to be utilized by having my own theoretical framework. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Now we move on to Dr. Ainur. Okay, maybe Prof. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Amir. I think same with Prof. June for the implementation innovation for the especially technology for the nature's virus. I think the framework will be implemented, and I say the data for the nature for the forest will be used for the train, and we can get some decision. Maybe we can get some prediction for the data. I think the framework will implement it very well if the data is also we have, and then we use for the training. I think the technology for the sustainability development does not just for how implemented by technical. I think the political will also is good for our interests. I think that's all.
Okay. Dr. Ainur, yeah, please.
I decided to skip first because I was not sure what was the question about. So now I understand it like this. So what's the rule for scholars for the problem I mentioned in the presentation in our country, let's say, or region. So if I understood it like that, so I can say that the first and foremost is about creating or raising public awareness, because before solving the issue, first we should make it aware that also point out that, and then the rest comes. So if to pick up just one rule is that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, Prof. Damris.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Amir, for your questions. The issues arise from my presentation is that soil to be replanted has experienced inputs of nitrogen fertilizer for a long period of time, more than 2 decades. So before we want to replanting the new ones, new fallen aware, we need to know exactly what is present in the soil first before replanting will be conducted. Therefore, we need to analyze what characteristic of soil may have been affected by the N input for long period of time. Lab analysis is required. And then, after that, after the plantation, new plantation, we need to know exactly whether the nutrient available in the soil have been given for long period of time is still there or not. If still there, that means we don't need more fertilizer, new fertilizer at the new plantation. So this is really important issues, not just tackling environmental issue, but also economic issue because of fertilizer prices. I think that's the role of expert in this case to make clear what actually happening there for soil have experienced long time of N fertilizer inputs. Then I think that's all.
Thank you for the answer, Prof. Now we move on to Prof. Rosiani.
Thank you. As we know, scientists, every scientist have a different background. I am an environmentalist, and I focus with the model. The three-island model, I think that can answer the local community or smallholder problem that we try to together to mix different vision and percent. And after that, we can together with local community, like community participative, and we can do together with them. After that, we know the main of the problem. We know the main of the problem, and we try to analyze what main point we can solve the problem, not the whole. Yeah. Of course, this is not easy. We have to do the collaboration with others, university, government, and everywhere, NGO also. Yeah. And also with a PPL we can collaboration because there are inside the land area, inside the location. That I think that Three Island can produce main product and by-product. When we can take benefit from that, benefit economic and benefit environmental. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Now we move on to Dr. Katrazina Skirt. Yeah, and Zoyu. Okay, I want you to answer the question addressed by Prof. Amir.
Thank you very much. I believe that there are two layers to this question. So the first one is the general one, I mean the scientific one, so that we can connect with all the topics. So the rules are scientific objectivity, theoretical framework, systematic methodology. When it comes to my research, I believe that there are some rules connected to interdisciplinarity. So because I'm a political scientist, however, I also touch the economic plane of the topic. So interdisciplinarity. So we can use different methods, different theoretical frameworks to analyze the problem of youth's role in the transition, in the circular economy transition. And there's also the other rule, which is the macro perspective, that we cannot look at global processes because it is a global process, that it's going on in many countries in the world. However, we have some regional issues, we have some regional planes that we have to take into account. So interdisciplinarity and macro perspective, I believe that those are two rules when it comes to my topic. When it comes to the scientific general topic, objectivity, theoretical framework, and systematic methodology, because as scholars, as researchers, we have to have some frame that we work on. So we have to have a statement, we have to have the particular topic and the particular justification of analyzing this topic. So the questions, why do we analyze that? How we will do that? So the methods that use, and in what kind of framework do we work on? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the answers. Please give applause to all of the presenters. All of the speakers who answered the question. I think do we still have time, Ibu Ella?
Thank you. Okay, one more question. I think we just have time for one more question.
I have already mentioned Ibu Epa to answer the
Ibu
question.
Epa, okay.
Yeah.
Please.
Ibu Eva, yeah, you may ask the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, Ibu Ella and Pak Mukos. Yeah, this is very short question to Professor Jun. Yeah, I would like to ask you about, in your opinion, what is the key to changing the public behavior toward the environmental sustainability in Japan? So can we adopt here in Indonesia, because you know that the sustainability behavior is very hard to apply. Yeah? This is this question. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, Prof. Jun, you may answer the question.
Okay, to answer your question simply is that the model and the mechanism you can imitate, but Indonesia has their own culture and then community, so that you have to find the characteristics, specific characteristic of Indonesian community. Then you have to apply those BTCC models. What will be the best combination of value, trust, and convenience for Indonesian will be different from the convenience for we feel in Japan. So you have to really match with those concepts into special characteristics of Indonesian community. That's my simple answer.
Okay, thank you very much, and then I hope it answers the question, Ibu Eva. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
One more for online, if it is possible. No? I don't think they are here, yeah?
Yeah, I could not see any.
Yeah, I think because they are on their own room.
Yeah.
They're on.
Yeah, I think that's all, Ibu Ella, yeah, for today. Dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our plenary question and answer session. I want you to give applause to all of the presenters who are attending, both on site and also online. And then on behalf of the organizing committee, the 6th GDIC 2026, I express our gratitude to all of our keynote speakers for sharing their time and also expertise. And then I think that's enough for us, and then I would like to hand it back to our Master of Ceremony. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah.
Check. Thank you so much. Give applause for our moderator today. So great discussion, so hot air. Thank you so much. So we extended our thanks to all participants and of course to our guests of honor and keynote speaker today. Before we proceed to the breakout session, we will take a break for lunch. The break will conclude at 1:13 p.m. Please feel free to enjoy all the refreshment provided, and of course, who wants to prayers, we have a prayer facilities are available for those who wish to use them. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak kami ucapkan untuk moderator kita hari ini, Ibu Ella dan juga Bapak Muklas, dan juga untuk seluruh keynote speaker yang sangat luar biasa, dan juga untuk tamu undangan serta peserta yang telah hadir. Setelah ini kita akan break terlebih dahulu, dan pada pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia Barat kita akan kembali melanjutkan di ruangan masing-masing yang telah ditentukan. Jadi untuk sesi offline akan ada 5 ruangan Bapak Ibu sekalian, untuk room 1 di L71, room 2 L72, room 3 L73 dan room 4 adalah di sini, tepatnya di atas. Kemudian juga untuk room 5 di L74. Kemudian juga yang ikut secara online silakan juga sesuai dengan breakout room yang telah didiskusikan sebelumnya. Terima kasih.
Baik, kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat melanjutkan aktivitasnya, kemudian juga menikmati makan siang yang telah disediakan. Dan tentunya kami mengucapkan terima kasih, thanks for Association Professor Dr. Aida Abrazakova from SDU University Kazakhstan, and of course arigatou gozaimasu Prof. Jun Kumamoto PhD from Toyo Gakuen University, Tokyo, Japan, and also Dr. Katarzyna Skrzydłak, University Civitas Warsawa, Polandia, Zenguya, sudah hadir. Thank you so much sudah hadir dan juga menemani kita pada hari ini, dan kami persilakan for all audience, dan juga tentunya kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Edi Surya Negara Harahap Eskom MKOM dari Universitas Bina Dharma Palembang, Profesor Dr. Rambes Damris MMSc PhD dari Universitas Jambi, dan tentunya juga Profesor Dr. Insinyur Rosyani MS dari Universitas Jambi. Kami persilakan untuk menikmati makan siang pada hari ini. Enjoy your lunch today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great conference.
Betapa bahagianya hatiku saat ku duduk berdua denganmu, berjalan bersamamu, menarilah denganku. Namun bila hari ini adalah yang terakhir, namun ku tetap bahagia. Selalu ku syukuri, begitulah adanya. Namun bila kau ingin sendiri, cepat-cepatlah sampaikan kepadaku agar ku tak berharap dan buat kau bersedih. Telah tiba, ku ingin kau menjadi istriku, berjalan bersamamu dalam terik dan hujan, berlarian ke sana kemari dan tertawa. Namun bila saat berpisah telah tiba, izinkan ku menjaga dirimu, berdua menikmati pelukan di ujung waktu. Sudahlah kau temani diriku.
Bapak Ibu silakan mengambil konsumsi. Bu Erisa minta tolong Prof. Jun yang akan Bu Erisa ya.
Namun bila kau ingin sendiri, cepat-cepatlah sampaikan kepadaku agar ku tak berharap dan buat kau bersedih. Bila nanti saatnya telah tiba, ku ingin kau menjadi istriku, berjalan bersamamu dalam terik dan hujan, berlarian ke sana kemari dan tertawa. Namun bila saat berpisah telah tiba, izinkan ku menjaga dirimu, berdua menikmati pelukan di ujung waktu. Sudilah kau temani diriku, sudilah kau menjadi temanku, sudilah kau menjadi istriku. Masihkan luka itu ada di sana yang ku tinggalkan saat kita masih bersama. Kini waktu terasa berbeda tanpa hadirmu. Kerasa tidak dulu bicara berujung pilu.